You know, folks, it always helps to unmute the mic before you talk. Otherwise, well, there's no context to what you're saying. Anyway, folks, welcome into another week here with Flying with Mike, sitting on the line in Charlotte. And as you've seen, we got a little bit of lofty goal today. We're going to try 2 flights, see how that goes, and who knows, maybe throw a third in if time permits. But right now, not thinking so, but we'll see how things fly today. Tried this a couple days ago and severe weather delayed us an hour out of there. Not at the airport that we were sitting at here in the sim pit here in St. Louis. We had severe weather pulling through. So let's see if we can try this again. And this time for virtual American and virtual Piedmont or Piedmont virtual. Pretty much the same airline. However, they do have clear-cut delineations between each other, so they really aren't the same. They're just under the big umbrella. But we'll have some fun nonetheless. All right, well, you can't really tell other than what the opening board said in the fact that we're flying the ToLiss A321 Neo for Virtual American. Again, sitting at gate C19 Charlotte. Today's flight will fly on VATSIM. I believe both legs. I don't see a reason why not. Interesting tidbit during my pre-flight, getting things up and ready to go. They have icing air mets in place down here in the deep south over South Carolina, southern Georgia, North Carolina, and all. Kind of interesting to think about that, folks. Granted, the temperature is like 13 degrees Celsius here, so we're like 50, 60s here. But up in the atmosphere, clouds and precipitation, it's icing. So, little, little interesting tidbit. We left that, I believe, Friday. I think it was Friday when we flew into Denver with icing all around us. So, yeah, kind of neat little dichotomy. So, anyway, y'all thought it was gone. It's still there. All right, so for this first leg, we are, like I said, flying the A321 Neo. We're on X-Plane 12, version 0.9. Like everyone out there waiting, just waiting for him to drop the 1.0. Just because there's a lot of talk of weather changes, a lot of talk with this, and I don't like talk. I like seeing it. So hopefully we'll see it here soon. But again, we're in the Neo. We got the CFMs on the LEAP engines on the wings. So let's climb aboard and let's get the show going. First leg again, A320 Neo, Charlotte to Atlanta. Followed up with, interesting enough, we're going to come from Savannah to Charlotte in the 727 in X-Plane 11. So the clouds you see here, that's one of the biggest changes that occurred when X-Plane 11 went to when X-Plane went from 11 to 12. They put what they call volume into the clouds. They turned them into 3D clouds. And I'm going to tell you, over the course of the betas and all of these releases to the all of us waiting in anticipation of 1.0, all of this has led to these beautiful clouds they've come up with, the physics and all behind them. There's some other physics I wish they'd work on, but maybe 1.0 will have it. So we're looking for it, folks. We're hoping for it. So, all right. So, like I said, A321 from here in Charlotte to Atlanta, 727 X-Plane 11, Savannah to Charlotte. And here we are in the cockpit, folks. All right, so real quick, let's get in here and do our normal brief up that we do in all flights. Hang on a second. The only thing in this flight we're going to hold off on is the actual pre-flight on the website. We may try that on the Savannah to Charlotte, so you can get a little sense of what that's like. And I see we're in commercials here for another 20 or so seconds, so we'll give that its due, so that way everyone can see the first leg. Like I said, A321, November 430 Alpha November. We'll take to the skies from Charlotte to Atlanta. Welcome back, folks, from the break. Hey, by the way, if you're new to the channel, just kind of thumbing through and went, hey, this looks kind of interesting. If you do find it interesting, we'd love you to smash that follow button, join the family. It's just a growing family. We enjoy. It's all about flight sim here in X-Plane. Don't look for that other sim because you won't find it here. You may find X-Plane 11, but you won't find anything outside X-Plane. All right, so Sim Toolkit, which, by the way, does cross all the sims, is sitting on your screen there, I see. Let's get going with the pre-flight, shall we? All right, you can see the basics to this. All right, so you can see there's really, let's just take a look at that, folks. Across the U.S., just not a lot of weather. Thumbs up. That makes it a good day for flying. Delays should be at their minimum, minus this where the icing was. So, like I said, interesting little thing I saw in my when I was starting to put all of this together. All right, so oh, they changed the format again. Oh, I hate when I'm like, where's the routing down here? It's up here now. All right, so we're going to take off. Game plans 36 center, Bob's Z5 departure TNSLY to LEAVI to Aussie 1 into Atlanta, landing east. All right, so loadout for today. This is flight 814, folks. 814 for Atlanta, departs around 7 o'clock in the morning. We're running late. Just pushed it up a little bit, so we're just running a little late. 30. So for the real world, we'd be running late. Sim world, we are right on time, folks. Just sunny and 70 degrees, just loving it. We're going to run with a payload of 31,000, call it 32,000 by the time it's all said and done. In music, welcome. Thank you for the 100 bits. We sure appreciate you.
Hey there, Mike.
Thank you, sir. And we hope for the blue skies, even though they're kind of gray here. But thank you, sir, very much for coming aboard with the biddies. But 32,000 pounds of payload. That'll get us around 142,500 pounds of zero fuel weight. Once we throw 10,440 pounds of fuel in, we'll be up around 53,000 pounds. So 139 people woke up today to be at the airport by 5 o'clock in the morning to get on the flight to head out. We'll break through and it will be blue on top. That is correct, sir. That is correct. So, although this short of a flight, you may not bust through the clouds. So, not my normal where I like to step it out about 500 miles. Today we're going at about 250, I think it is, 300 miles. So 139 brave souls got up to be at the airport here in Charlotte at 5 o'clock in the morning so they could board for a 7 o'clock flight, and there's 7,600 pounds of cargo. Again, you get a look at the routing here. Dispatch is giving us our normal 2.7 for the cost index. We're only getting up to 30,000, if that, today, folks. We'll see how that works out. If you look over here on the map, not looking at charts to see if our departure arrivals allow for it. Could have a little bit of a stretch here where we'll be top in cruise. All right, weather. Everyone wants to know whether or not we will fly. We will. Altimeter 3018, winds 030 at 8, hence the northerly departures. Will be on 36 center. We're looking at an 8-knot wind. Temperature 55 degrees Fahrenheit, and for those of you in the Celsius world, that's 13 degrees. All right, and since you don't see a ATIS, any ATIS information, that means VATSIM doesn't have a controller in place or any kind of controlling. So, all right, down in Atlanta, ooh, same altimeter. However, oh, actually, same temperature. Wow, that's interesting. 8 left is going to be the animal we try to land on today, and winds are 080 at 5, pretty much right down the runway. So, looks like another beautiful day in the skies, folks. For me to go pre-file, VATSIM, waiting for it, hello, VATSIM, there you are. All right, hang on a second. I got to throw in a couple little pieces of information in the RNAV section, and then we'll get this filed. Oh, we need a PBN too. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Yikes. Hang on a second. I'll get that real quick here. Didn't realize, and it's not loading, and I know why it's not loading. There it is. Technically not a requirement in VATSIM. Had we been flying POSCON, it is a requirement. Why? Because when you set up your aircraft, if your aircraft downloads under the aircraft equipment code, folks, with an R in it, Romeo, it'll be towards the end. It's pretty much alphabetical except for the first character in it, denoting, I believe, type of plane, but not 100%. But with that R in there, that means you're going to be RNAV capable. So now it needs to know your PBN and your NAV capability. Basically, can you fly RNAV approaches and what level? So RNIPs and all those fun things. So, all right. And I don't know what PBN stands for, so I'll have to do some research. And I need to change our departure time to... Oh, wait, no, I don't. How about that? I actually planned ahead. Oh, took my own advice. How about that? That's weird. Flying with Mike, listen to Flying with Mike for once. All right, so we're set. Now, again, our flight plan today is AAL, or American Airlines. We'll simply call ourselves American 814. Might as well just go ahead and connect up. That way, if somebody does say, hey, there's some people wanting to fly, I'm going to take over controls. Go for it. They gave us a code here of 47 07 on. Okay. All right. That's all taken care of. And with that, folks, we are going to go ahead, pull Sim Toolkit. We'll be back, but we'll be using charts along the way. So without further ado, let's get this airplane fired up and out of here. So flight plan's been created. Loading we need to do. Let's get that started. And we'll check our navs while we're here. Looks good. Okay. Mechanical. Next page. Next page. We need fuel of the value 10,040. How about 10,600? That way we cover the 440 for sure, for sure, for sure. And we'll go ahead load 0 for cargo at the moment. And at the moment, put on 30. Whoop. You'll learn how to get around this, folks, if you buy it. And I highly recommend ToLiss, folks. If you're interested, here you goes a link to it. Look at it and also really think you got to buy a separate add-on for the Neo. Read the manuals is all I got to say, so you get the proper code to the proper plane, so you get everything right. And then we'll get into a couple of little problems that came up with this since we flew Friday, and compliments to Bad Attitude for helping us out, getting back on track. We still got a little nagging problem, but it's curable real quick. So, but I like that when I can cure it real quick and keep going. All right, so there we go. So we're loaded. Let's come over here and make sure we're within our numbers. Hit reset to current, and we are looking for a 0 fuel weight, folks, again of 142,551. We're off by 5, 6. We're off by 7,000 pounds. Huh. All right, so we'll head back down here to here. And let's see, we said 7,000, so let's see what that does first. 3. Reset to current. And 0 fuel now 52 or 142. We're over by 10 pounds. Sold. Sold to the plane sitting at gate C19. All right, so we're loaded up now. All right, so we can proceed on. Charts, departure and arrival. We have those landing gear levers down. 3 green showing. Spoiler levers are down. Hang on a second. We'll go ahead and get rid of that. Flaps up. And up here, right here, folks, is your flap indication. Yeah, I know it's not a
You love me. You really love me.
It's just a diagram. Hawker 125. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the resubscribe, sir. Thank you so much for 34 months with us here at Flying with Mike. Man, without that guy, folks, you wouldn't, well, you wouldn't be seeing Flying with Mike here. He pushed me pretty hard to get up here and streaming. And yeah, you can really thank him a lot. Head over to his channel. Sometimes he flies, sometimes he plays the drums, sometimes he plays games. But if you head over there, folks, he'd sure love for you to head over and follow his channel. Also, for those interested, he also has a project going on. Ongoing project. He has a, as the chat message says, he has a real Hawker 125-400 fuselage. Real, folks. We're not talking flight sim here now. In his garage. At some point, he will turn that into a working flight simulator. Won't be the full motion that I've heard of yet. I'm not sure the missus will go that far, but you know, he's gotten this far, so hopefully he'll get it all wired up and set to go to fly out of in his garage. So, but again, check him out, folks. He'd really appreciate it. All right, let me clear that message up. That's just saying we're not on TCAS yet. Duh, we're not ready for it. All right, so we've checked that engine levers. First off, while we're at it, move the throttles, make sure they work. It's really sad you get to the end of the runway, you go for flex or toga, and they stay back. Your engine start levers here are in the off position, and the mode selector straight up is normal. All right, parking brake, right down a little further. If you can't see it, it's right here, folks. Says it, parking brake. It is on. Cockpit door, unlocked. And I go ahead, turn these on, not in the checklist, and dial up the paddle just a little bit, but do not turn your radar on. People would like to still be able to have babies. All right, so let's get into the pre-flight and get this thing going. All right, up top, let's go ahead, turn the batteries off. We're still on the ground power, folks, so that is still controlling it, but we'll come back and make sure we get a good charge. We do. Cockpit lights are set. Let's do a quick cockpit light check to make sure they all light up. Looks like they're there. And with this model, you can go to the other ones real easy to make sure all the Sylvania and Phillips light bulbs are burning. Good deal. It's a lot of money there, folks. All right. And then moving on, cockpit lighting, by the way, is set. The neat thing with ToLiss, folks, when you get things set the way you want, it like saves it. So you don't have to constantly, oh, I don't like it that bright. I got to do this again. No, it's right there for you each time. And of course, if you're at night, you may have to tune them, a different way, but you get the point. It'll be that same way when you come back. So, all right, so let's go up the panels here. So, I think you all heard this. Okay, and waiting for the on bat to go off. Always wonder why these IRS units don't look the same here. And why 1 is over here, 2 is over here, 3 is in the middle. Is it just they can't count right? I don't know. Okay, we'd also do our fire checks. You heard those. Those of you in the beginning. I go ahead and get them all at once. All right, moving on up. Okay, so we got that going. Crew supply on, air supply right there. Okay, and strobe lights. Okay, coming up here, strobes are on. Nav 2 seatbelts can come on now. Checking everything out. We don't need, dome light. We do not need. Landing elevator straight up. Landing elevation is auto. Slow down. Probe heat's off. And let's see what's going on outside. Reason being, looks like we're done fueling. Okay. I don't like to turn the APU on while we're fueling. So, and refuel is done. APU coming back on. Okay. And let's just see if we've got the flap open yet. We're just waiting on that. Okay, flap open, we can start. And if you notice how on Boeings you'll have it up in the screen there to tell you you got 7 minutes, or 777, I think it is, maybe 74 puts it right here on your nav display. Here in the Airbus, they put it in the ECAM. So it's right here at the top. Makes no difference so long as you know how long. All right, here we go. About ready to put the bleed on. Okay, the APU is now available. All right, so let's move on up. Okay, APU, okay, APU bleed can come on now. Pack should go off, and lost my place. Okay, so external power can now come off. So now we're on the APU generator, APU completely for air and electrical power. Okay, radios. Let's finish this panel up. Okay, and working our way up. Start manual, start levers covered. Ventilation system good. Cargo fire. Guess I can't test it. That or I just set something off, who knows. And the radio's good up here. And the radios are not set properly down here yet. Now we will switch to CTAF unless we have ATC. Now, like I said, going to Denver, folks, we did learn something on the O'Hare to Kansas City to, to Tulsa. I think it was that flight, where if ATC is there, ATC governs it. By that I mean center. Because we didn't switch, get handed off to CTAF once we got on the ILS. We took center all the way down. I thought maybe they'd hand us off to CTAF. We take care of it under CTAF, unless there's a tower approach or whatever. So, you can't have everything the real world has. Okay, so the radios are set. ATIS checked, and ATC clearance, squawk is on standby. Actually, we're on X-bounder at this time, and initial climb will be set. All right, so we're up to the point for the McDo's. All right. I'm just doing a quick setup here, down and dirty, so I can bring charts in. All right, that's pretty decent. All right, so this right here is probably one of the biggest payware items I use. Next to Navgraph's FMC updates, I use Navgraph's charts. Just a little more on my subscription that I pay. I think it's yearly. But what it gives me now if you're going to just stay in the U.S., SkyVector's fine. It's free. It'll work for you. But if you plan to fly across the pond, if you plan to fly in Europe, Asia, Africa, Australia, you need this program, folks. You really do. It has all the airports out there, IFR charts and en route charts, meaning charts like this. And you can plan your flights. You can set this up. Right now it's on IFR. There it is. There's all your high altitudes. And you can just, from SimBrief, what a tool. I kind of heard somebody told me, and I don't know the truth or not, for flight, those are what the real pilots use. You're getting close to it here, folks. All the services and all they can pull from that for their flight, you're getting close right here. Let me show you some. Okay, so like right now, here's what our route looks like. And this is our departure. This is our arrival. Granted, this is not a good one because they're together. But it's just such a...
American 1893, taxi on 18.
Goodbye. We'll change channels in a minute. That way we're not interrupted by Unicom. Because a lot of people are not going to CTAF. They're staying on Unicom. But anyway, So I can go to Charlotte. I've got 36 Center. I've already got the chart down here. Here's the airport chart. And I've already got my departure. You see Bob Z5. I can pull that right up. So and they're Jepson charts for the most part, folks. And many real world pilots that I know say, you're looking top of the line here, folks. These are expensive for airlines to give to their pilots, let alone for pilots themselves to actually have. But the wealth of information that comes out of these charts far exceed the FAA charts in the US. That's my opinion. FAA, don't come after me. Actually, got to know where I am. But anyway, folks, I highly recommend this program. So, and another big feature is right here. I can look, here's the latest METAR, 33 minutes old. This is what's broadcasting out of Charlotte right now, as of 15:52Z. Like I said, 33 minutes ago. Okay, and then for those not savvy in understanding the lingo right here, it breaks it down for you right below. Say, for instance, you're more HEPA savvy and don't know what 30.19 is. Whoa, look right there, 122. And then those remarks that you always wonder what it says, it's spelled out for you right down here. Things like that I really like. These are the little things that are, to me, crucial. But what's even better, and I have it incorporated into Sim Toolkit, is a little program out there called, or a little website called D-ATIS. Now, it's only good for the US, but it gives you the current ATIS, Air Terminal Information Service or system, depending how you want to use the word S, to the pilots, what is going on at this airport at this time, be it runways, be it taxiways closed, cranes in the air, birds in the area, or what kind of runway condition do we have? Slick? What? So, anyway, so let's head over to that. Again, 35 minutes old. For, what are we on? The arrival. Now, Charlotte has two separate ATISs, one for departure, one for arrival. Let's find the departure one, since that's what we're doing. Okay, departure, 36 center, 36 right, it shows. However, if you read down through the text, it's going to give you the METAR at that time. Expect 36 center or right. Here's your NOTAMs. And all of the information you need. Transponders will be on while operating on runways and taxiways. All aircraft read back, hold short, runway hold shorts with call sign. So, all right, so again, it gives you all of this. Now, if VATSIM's up, you can click on VATSIM. If Pilot's Edge has something, IVAO, you can click on them. So it's really cool, but you can also get that via D-ATIS. All right, so let's kind of kick it up here a little notch. I just noticed we just went with a primary or IRS aligned. So let's get into that, shall we? Okay, aircraft systems, there's our engine, looks good. Our most important thing I look at here is the nav data range. Make sure it's up to date. 19 April to 16 May, 2404 is the RNAC, so we're looking good here. And like I said, we are current in it. Clear. All right, so let's hit. Now, if you have a SimBrief account, folks, and you build your flight plans in SimBrief, or you fly for Virtual American, Piedmont Virtual, you're going to see this. They're going to put you in SimBrief. Pan Am will put you in SimBrief, an airline I fly for. Once you create the flight plan, I don't care what format you use, once you create it, it makes it available. for Sim Toolkit, for Sim NavGraph charts. And if you come in here, go to plugins, open up the ISCC or CS, sound and accounts. Here's where you put the NEO information in. Okay, that's if you're running the NEO. If you're not, you won't put anything there, but it'll show if you have it or not. But what you're more interested is right here. SimBrief ID, put in the numeric. You find that by going to your SimBrief account, click, I think it's settings, account information, something like that. But anyway, it's a numeric ID. Put that in there. Read the manual, what each of these say. I'm not going through them. Same with the Hoppy CP DLC login. I have found no use for this right now. Hopefully, things change. And of course, click Save. What that will allow you to do when you set that up, just click Init Request. Okay, give it a second. You're waiting for everything to fill in. There it goes. All right, so now we can clear, clear, clear. And what we've done is we've loaded the flight plan. Albeit, it's got a little quirk that I call a quirk. It's probably built in that way. You notice the cost index is different. We had a 2.7 cost index. I'm going to switch it. Also, don't know if this is correct, but if you're on the United 18, you can actually get the Tropo info. Haven't found it on any of the others. Okay, since we don't have our coordinates to do anything here, we'll just do that. We're aligned and return. Wind, request. Okay, clear, return. All right, let's just keep kicking it, shall we, so we can get airborne. Over to here, our numbers. This one is a little, hang on, I'm going to reset this a little better. Okay, let's head over to our EFB now. 142,561. I can go with that, but our CG shows 27.6, so I am actually going to put 142.6. Actually, I'm just going to do a diagonal. Change our CG here. It's this one right here. Match it. Hang on a second, folks. Oh, my allergies are just killing me right now. All right, 10.4, we actually have 10.6. That way all of our numbers adjust. All right, so with that, let's go to F plan. What do you say? And you know what? I screwed up. I should have kept that as is. And I just realized charts was still up. Sorry about that, folks. All right, so let's go through our flight plan, shall we? First thing we got to do, load up our departure. This is something I do like about a Airbus over Boeing. Okay, I'll let you know right now. Our runway, and as you can tell, we do the same thing. Runway first in the most of the Boeings, and then we put in our departure, Bob Z5, our nav departure, and our transition TNSLY insert. And I like this to a point. That's fine. Let's look at it again real quick. So we're going to come off. Here's that first half, this 1,260 feet. Then we kick it to 330. That's MSL, by the way, I believe. And then we're vectors pretty much to Lincoln. Latchin, however you want to say it. Okay, so now let me put this in plan mode. Let me just do it one more time. Okay, so there it is. Let me see how well you're seeing. Okay, yeah, you're seeing it. Okay, so we just click up. There's the end of that. There's Lakin. Then Young Gun, Bobsy, TNSLY, LEAVI. And then we're on the arrival. Okay, now let's verify. So we knew we got all of this. Okay, you saw that. Let me clear it off. And now we're going to the Aussie 181 left, right 9, 10, even 2-6, but technically there's a chart for the 2-6s and 2-7s. Okay, so now we're just going to watch once we put it in. So let's go to Atlanta, arrival, and we're going to plan, what have I planned? The ILS. Okay, we're planning this. This is going to be our star, not the chipper, but the Aussie. We're going to come in on, this is where it gets a little wonky in my books, and that is an aviation term, folks. We're going to turn in on, let's keep it at Lowry, and if by chance we turn in earlier, we will. Okay, we're looking for a transition. Oh wait, that's up here. Flask. No, LEAVI, right? Yeah, LEAVI. Yeah, we're coming in on LEAVI. So we'll be going up. Insert. Okay. So now you can see our flight plan to here. Our moon is next. Degas, and we just start stepping through to make sure no big problems. Aussie. Hang on, I got to move the chart over. All right, and we'll just step on down. Harry, Killer, Goss, Cloud, Kung Fu, Trape, Sneeve, and Sneeve is where the if traffic is just so jam-packed in Atlanta and they've gone out that far already. I think that's like a 20-30 mile final when you turn from there in. You can kind of gauge what their state, you know, that's the kind of level of traffic you get at the busiest airport in the world. So we'll keep it like this because there's Larry, which is the start of our arrival on the ILS. 22 miles. I'm sorry, it's 22 miles. So imagine it's stacked up 22 plus miles on that localizer. All right. Pretty intense. Okay, so let's follow it in real quick. And Larry. Another decel to Ja. Yeah. Bazaar, Shell, and the runway. Shell being the final approach where we need to be at 2,900 feet on the glide slope. You know the routine. Now, the blue. The blue is the missed approach to Troy's. Okay. We'll hold, and then we come back. Now, we have a flight plan in here to our alternate of Nashville. We're not going to fool with that. Okay, so everything is set. Moving on to the RADNAV page. and we're set to bounce back if we need to. Next up is perf. I love this page. All right, let me get rid of charts. All right, why do I love this page? Because there's a lot of things you can do right here. Let's take a look. You could either work it right here or right here. I like going here first. The only drawback here is, what weather information do I have? If you go to the takeoff or landing, it'll tell you what your METAR is and the time. It doesn't say that here. What it does say is I have a 10,000 foot runway, so that's good. But let me get over here to the latest METAR, which was still 48 minutes old, and trying to see if anything matches up other than the altimeter. All right, they're calling a variable wind. I really wish they would. Let me try something. They're still calling variable, variable, variable. That is not helping me, guys. Not one doggone bit. So we're going to leave it. Okay, 030. I'm going to make it 6. Okay, it's variable to 6. It doesn't give me, you know, what are we varying at. Okay, outside air temperature, 12. That we can update, 12. 3019 runways dry. Will we need anti-ice? Let's keep the engine on to be safe. And the air conditioning. All right, so here's where I enjoy this thing. I can play with these two. Configuration, I can go into different flap settings for takeoff. I can flex or toga. Toga being full power, flex meaning pull the power off. Give me enough power to get off the ground, start climbing, get to cruise, but I don't have to mash and get that engine all wound up to its maximum all the time. A lot of pilots, and there are rules as to when you can and can't. Those rules apply in the real world. They don't apply to me. So, hang on a second. Just getting things set up after this. All right, so let's try flexing at auto, which means it's going to select the best setting for us with the air conditioning on with these performance settings. All right, so if we go with 108 as our V1, we'll have a stopping distance of almost 8,000 feet. But if we go to our maximum V1, we'll only have 2,200 feet. Still plenty of room to get stopped. I think I am going to go with this, but I'm going to probably lower this number, which will pull us back down here. Fortunately, you can't play with that. We're 173 up 0. Okay, this all looks good. Let's try it first. Toga. And you see, that's full power now. How it pulled everything down, about a 7,700 or 7,100 stopping range. So 3,900, almost 4,000 feet up here. So you see why some pilots prefer toga, but you really go by when you send all of that information, the seats that are taken, where the bags are placed, all of that gets entered into the system and sent to your, be it your dispatcher, be it another company, and then it's sent back. All of that done, by the way, by ACARS. You get what they would like you to do. Now, you are the pilot in command, even in the airliner. Now, you try to do what the company wants you to do, but if you feel it unsafe, you're the pilot in command, you make the call. You're the captain. You make the call. I think it's safe to go flex. auto compute, we're going to go that route. So how do we do that now over here? Go to upload or uplink. Okay, make these numbers match. You can't change the temperature, but you can. Whoop, forgot the one. Can change this. Okay, winds, we put 0, 3, 1, diagonal 6. We are going to go dry. You would use your up down to change it. Now, if you had a shortened runway, you put that in there. We're going to go flaps 1. And then our horizontal stabilizer. I don't know what the theoretical horizontal stabilizer, I don't know what the T stands for, folks. But anyway, that's your horizontal stabilizer in the back. You're going to set that to up, spell it out, 0.2. Now, don't put your flex in yet. I did it again. Doggone it. Hang on. Okay. This one. I do it wrong all the time, folks. Okay, there it filled in right. Now you do the flex. And now you see the 73, 142, 142, 144, all matches here. 1, there's that. And if you want to go back to where you're at max takeoff, you can just click that line select. I'm just going to click insert. I'm going to lower this to 138. And then everything else. Now, there is a site out there, Black Box 711. I'm going to give you the link. You can go there. I'm not. Reason being, if I'm not in Europe, most likely, while he's done a lot of U.S. airports, not a whole bunch, he has a whole, I mean, this page you go to, folks, will give you the transition level, because in Europe, that changes sometimes city to city in the same country. In this case, your thrust reduction, your acceleration, thrust acceleration numbers, which actually are different, and then your engine out acceleration. His site will give you that. It's kind of like going to that second page I say so many simmers don't, to put the slope in. You know, it's those little things. If you're really wanting to fly as real as you can, those numbers need to be changed. So you're set now here, folks, with the McDo. Now, the next thing you would want to do is a secondary flight plan. I understand the whole process. I understand the needs and the reasons they do it. I'm just kind of like, that's going to be where I cut off the realism. Okay. But next up, okay, so we're going to have the perf page showing on the pilot flying side. Pilot not flying side, let's come down here clear, and I'm going to put F plan up. That way I can easily go direct lation when it's time. And folks, you know what that means? We're ready to start up. Let me click a few things back into place. Love the animation here. That's why I zoomed in. The leveling feet, everything go up and down, both on the caterers and your ladder trucks when they come out. All right, now let's continue on. Okay, so you can see again, just now the only thing that would just have made this so much better is drivers in the driver's seat. But then I know we get into the gender thing and don't want to go down that road. All right, so we're at that point, folks, where we're going to get told everybody's aboard. Well, actually, we won't. Zebo, we would. So we're ready to get our butts going as soon as they close that main door. The only way we know, folks, it's closed, lights are out, slides are armed. Now, the neat thing here is armed doors cross-check. Now, I have some checklists that tell me when to do that. Just like I'm getting ready, because we're all loaded, getting my ECARS program running. All right, we connected. That is a good thing. All right, so start up, folks. We're ready to go. Let's go ahead and pull the jetway away so we don't forget. And we're ready to go. All right, so cockpit lights as required. Beacon light on. Well, first off, let's get better pushback coming because he takes a little bit.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
They want to go there. Pretty
Ground to
sure
cockpit,
I'm doing it
TOW
wrong.
is driving up.
Now that I think and look at it, I probably did it wrong. All right, beacons on, fuel pumps are all on. And we're gonna have to get our clearance. Let's make sure. We're still lonely here. We are. And our CTAF frequency is... You know what? Let's not use that. Tower. 126.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect. So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
All right, we're cleared to push back. Oh, no, we're not. Hang on. We need to do a couple more steps here. Get these set up. Guess this one does it a little different. Clear this chart. Initial climb for us is 8,000 without ATC. We're going all the way up. All right, so we're set. All set here. Rudder trim to 0. Brakes off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, here we go. I think I should have pushed into the alley here, folks. I didn't. I pushed over to here. That's where I think I screwed up because we are not familiar with pushback procedures here. But taking a look around, I think we're the only one here. So, shh, don't tell anyone. All right, so we're waiting for it to get up here to show avail. And once it does, we're cleared then to start the other engine. Okay, there's the word avail. I'm going to go ahead and crank up number 1. That way we're a little quicker on getting out of here because it does get a little busy here. Okay.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right, folks, let's start it. With that, we should have... We're winding up right now. Again, we're looking for avail at the top. And if this gray box is there and this isn't moving, folks, it's still doing its thing. If it's gone like here, then you missed it and you're good to then start the timer, 3 minutes, and let's get going. Let's see here.
Tow
Parking
is
brake set.
disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time and have a great flight.
And thanks for flying with Mike. Lead off. Okay, and oh, they do the ND right now. Okay, just waiting to see him come out of the truck holding up the pin. Perfect, we're good. Okay, auto brakes. X. Takeoff config onto flaps. ND and all set. Spoilers into arm. Transponder is in X-bounder. We're going to go ahead and turn it on, as with the radar and PWS. Okay, and flight controls. All right, so what we'll do here is set our trim first up to, and I like to blow this up to make it a little easier for these old eyes to see, up to. Got that. Then we do our flight control check. Always when you full deflect, make sure they come back to the centered location. Of course, you can do this taxiing. You just can't do the rudder. Flight factor, you can. How you would do that taxiing is, let me show you. Come over here. Okay, at your tiller, which is next to the flight stick, this little button right here should be able to, and then you won't steer with your rudder. Unfortunately, like I said, it doesn't work, but in flight factor, it does. And if it's supposed to here, I'd love to hear how. All right, folks, in the chat room, here we go. Welcome aboard, folks. Hope y'all have a great week ahead of you. I'm hoping for one myself. Time will tell. All right, and we are on the move. Working our way around over to 36 Center. Again, I hope you all have a great week. If you're new to the channel, we'd love for you to follow us, be a part of the Flying with Mike family. Sure would appreciate you coming aboard. You'll get notices when we go live. If you're on Twitch, scroll down, you'll see our proposed flight schedule for the week. We're trying to, one wish I wish could happen. No, it won't, but it would really be cool as if this could become my livelihood, but I know better. But it really would be cool. So you can see our flight schedule, and maybe I can start bumping up more flights to reach that end. Like I said, today we got 2 flights planned. Relatively short. That's about the only way you can do it here. You can get maybe a long and a short, but ultimately that's about the only way. All right, but anyway, we are gonna just enjoy, have fun, folks. That's the name of the game here with FlyJSim, having fun. Sorry for getting quiet there, folks. The wife has a quick errand to run. She was just letting me know. We're about to the end of the runway here, so we are going to request our clearance, or inform the traffic. Folks, CTAF is not a clearance type frequency where someone's going to come on and clear you for takeoff. I went the wrong way. I'm going to 18. I just realized that, folks, looking at my nav screen. I'm so used to coming up here that I just instinctively did it. But we'll just use the big taxiway here. All right, let's do our takeoff checks, folks, again. So nose light, parking brake, radars are on, rudder trims reset, and terrain's on. Takeoff briefing, folks. Again, real quick, we're going all the way down here on taxiway Echo to Echo 1 for departure. Bob Z departure 5. So that'll be a 330 heading. We'll kick it at 1,260 feet above the ground. V1 139. Rotate at 142, 144 V2. V1's your safety speed, folks, what it takes to get the plane stopped. Above that speed, you commit to flight. Below that speed, anything that would prevent flight, you reject. Anything, now there are times you could get to where you're kind of screwed and it's going off the end of the runway. But typically V1 will not put you off the runway. Because more than likely before you hit 139 in this case, you'll already know you're rejecting. All right, altimeter. Let's just do we should have gotten 106. 10 miles visibility. Technically, the 1/8 would have been fine, but we're not planning for it. That's fine. 18. Just checking out. This area, I've been told off to the, I don't know what they have planned, but obviously something. Got what I call the Atlanta turnaround, where you can go outside the ILS critical and taxi aircraft around the end of a runway to keep them safe. Hang on a second, folks. All right, folks. We're at the end of the runway. Charlotte traffic, American 814 departing runway 18 Charlie. Okay, we're ready to go, folks. Flaps 1. Brake set. We'll slow up a little just to make sure all items covered. Lining up, obtain clearance, lights on, cabin forward. And all the blue is taken care of. And chrono. Ready. Okay, lights. TCAS is on. Here we go, folks. 50%. Okay, airspeed's alive. B1, rotate. I got a positive rate, gears coming up. And there we go. Make our turn to 330. We're airborne, folks. And we're going direct Lincoln. All right, folks, after takeoff, gears up, spoilers, we can now disarm. Again, all you got to do is just push them down. White lever, it's gone. Blue skies. Flaps coming up. Auto thrust should be on, and is on. And at 1,500 feet, we're at thrust into climb. Nose lights can go off, as is the turn off lights. Autopilot and flaps are retracted. All right, we'll climb as required, anti-ice as needed. I don't think we're gonna need it, but we'll play it safe. On the engine ice, well, actually, we didn't even turn that on, so transition level we'll set to standard, and we'll just monitor the climb. Again, hope you enjoyed, folks. Welcome aboard, and we're on our way. ETA 41 minutes. All right, we're coming up on 10,000, folks. Excuse me. Hang on a second, folks. Cool. All right. So we broke through 10,000. Okay, seat belts remain on, wing lights. All right. Now, on such a short flight like this, folks, and again, I'm remiss, flight distance is, where's it at? 257 nautical miles. So, good chance the captain may, again, this really boils down to safety, will turn sometimes the seatbelt sign off early to allow you to use the restrooms. Okay, let's be real. So they can serve more alcohol. That's where they're making more money. But we'll go with the story. They're doing it for the restrooms. Okay, we'll do it for the story because of the restrooms, because you all drank too much alcohol at the gate before 7 o'clock in the morning. No, just kidding. Gotta get rid of it. Oh, sorry, folks. You had too many Formosas, I think they're called. I don't drink, folks. Haven't drank in a very long time. All right, so you can kind of see our routing ahead of us, folks. I'm going to go ahead and reset this, even though I know we're going to probably use it again. All right, so we are on our way. I hope you enjoyed that departure. I know it went a little longer than I planned. Got into some little rabbit holes that took time, but hopefully we helped you out a little bit with the plane. I try not to turn it into a tutorial every flight, but it seems to all the time. Okay, the flashing light there means we just crossed the transition level set for the flight, which if you're in North America, folks, yes, North America, it's 18,000 feet. Most of Central America, to include Mexico, is there. There are some exceptions, but for the most part, folks, North and Central America are 18,000 feet. Now, the challenge is when you go to Europe. Like I said, that transition level where you set your barometric pressure to a standard number. Obviously, in Europe, it's going to be HEPA 1013 is the number you set. Here in the U.S., 2992. It can vary as much from Frankfurt to Cologne, Germany, or Frankfurt to Stuttgart, or Munich to Stuttgart. That badly in country, it can change. I think it works off the way the barometric pressure is in the region. But each country then has their own as well. So it's really pay attention to your ATIS, pay attention to any charts or information that can give you that, because it basically helps so everyone knows what altitude you're at. So, but anyway, North America, we keep it kind of simple, 18,000 feet. Now, in Europe, it's also much lower. In some places, I think I've run across the 3,500 ones. But I know, like Belgium, I think it is, oh yeah, Liege would be in Belgium. It was 4,500 feet, I think. So, so there you have it, folks. All right, you can see our top of climb ahead. I think at the end of the star, we're going to kick that seatbelt sign off, so we can sell a little more alcohol on the flight. I mean, so our passengers can get up and stretch and go to the restroom. Stretch out that leg so more alcohol goes in it. I mean, oh yeah. I do have fun at all entities' expense, including me. All right, let's go ahead. We're past 25,000. I'm going to go ahead and kill that seatbelt sign. All right, we are headed into cruise, folks. I hope you've enjoyed. We're going to go ahead and start talking real quick about the arrival because it's going to be just as quick. We're going to start down, and we'll see that here in a moment. Okay, cruise. ND will go to airport. Let's do that right now. Turn the LS off. Airport. LS. Why we go to airport, folks, just gives you an idea what's around. Say I lost an engine right now. Oh my God, where am I going to go? Well, I got Asheville, Spartanburg, Greensburg, Greensburg or Greensboro? Greensburg, I think it is. Anyway, got that right here. And I could always turn around and go back. So, see what I'm saying, folks? It gives you that little bit of situational awareness, which has happened on Flying with Mike before. Preferably not today. All right, so I need to do something first. Let me get down here. Put this on fuel, then we'll do a system check. Just want to balance out here real quick, folks. So we're going to turn the cross feed on. Basically, prior to the cross feed being turned on, the left side was feeding engine 1, the right side tank's feeding engine 2. Now they're both feeding each other, each engine. However, we're gonna do something stupid like that. Hang on. See, I told you, I have fun with that guy. Can't figure out what button to push. And we're gonna allow this tank to burn into engine 1 as well, so it'll get down to 3,800. Some of it will spill into the tanks. All right, so we are there. Monitor your air autopilot, TCAS, PLW. Oh, below. ECAM cruise page and periodic checks of the ECAM, which is what we're doing right now. First thing we're doing though is getting the weight balanced. We're almost there. Hang on a second. Got to do it one more time. Why? Because I noticed, oh, we are balanced. Okay. All right, so with us balanced, I'm going to go ahead and turn the cross feed off. So now we're back to the left side doing engine 1, the right side doing engine 2, fuel, running it. All right, so here's the cruise page. So what we're going to do here is do a quick system check using the all. Okay, did you get that, folks? Let's go through it one at a time. Engine. Again, we're just making sure our oil, nothing's overheating, anything out of ordinary. Then we press all again. Pressure. This is your bleed air system. We need to get our air. We're about 70 miles out. So we are going to kind of hop through it. Pressurization system looks good. No warnings. Electrics looks good. Okay. Hydraulics, important stuff here. Good. Fuel, we just balanced. APU's off. Temperatures look good in the cabin. Oxygen tanks look good in the cockpit, not the oxygen used in here. And the wheels are good, no overheated brakes, and the covers are closed. And the flight control systems look good. And our status is normal. Back to here. Here we go. Let's get up here. Do a quick run here, get our landing stuff. Okay, so we're looking at about 33 minutes old here, folks. So we got, again, another calm wind, 16 degrees, 3018, and we'll keep the anti-ice off, air conditioning on. We'll go medium on the brakes, reversers, compute it. We're going to use about half the 8,900 foot runway, okay? 136, clear, 65 miles to go. So we go next, next, Q&H right there, 30.18. Temperature right there, 16. Winds. I doubt it's going to take this. Oh, it did. Okay, flight level there. All right. Real quick, I'm just going to get the numbers and then we'll go through it. 12:15. Okay. All right. So we're programmed. We're ready. 57 miles to go. So when we land, folks, we need at least 4,628. That's our requirement. We're predicting 4,800 feet. Okay, so about halfway down the runway, we'll look for a taxiway, taxi back to stand, Tango 12, if it's not taken. Okay, and as stated, there's the equal time point, folks. So from that point, pressing on to Atlanta is the same amount of distance as pressing back to Charlotte. All right, these short flights do that to you. European 8, cluck, 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 cluck. Oh, yeah, European airspace is like patchwork. Yeah, you know, but it's not hard. It's just so different from what I'm used to here in the U.S. But it's just so different over there. My wife had to pick up her sister at the airport. The little whippersnapper just wasn't happy the whole time. All right, so you can see now on the nav display, this hockey stick right here, that's top of descent. And we do have a European trip planned this week, by the way, folks. I think it's Frankfurt to Copenhagen. So you'll kind of get a little flavor of that, how that all works up there. I don't remember if I set anything else up to Copenhagen or out of Copenhagen or not. I'd have to look at my schedule. Wow, she is just not a happy little baby in there. Wow. I was just watching the last commercial on mine, at least. No idea what you all had. That was kind of funny with aliens. All right, anyway, we got a very unhappy infant here in the house. Oh my goodness, she is just not happy. All right, folks, so, oh, that's right. You beam at any time, of course. You're right, I did plan Zurich. You're right. Oh, Copenhagen would be, I've been there. It's a fun little airport. I do like that one. So I was looking at that one pretty hard. I'll have to look at my schedule. Anyway, let's get this thing looked at, see what altitudes we're going to be overshooting. So Aussie is 14,000 feet, folks. So we're good there. Yeah, I think we got perfect for descent. We are now poor kids not enjoying life outside the womb. All right, landing east, just so you all know, give you a quick look. Little teaser. 14,000 at Aussie. We got plenty of time, I think. We got at least 20 on the last one, so I think we're pretty good. Safe to bet we're good to start our descent here shortly. All right, so oh, Fly Tampa has scenery. May have to look into that. All right, let me see how far out we are. Let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead, do a managed descent. So if you have the dot here with your altitude, just like you have here, it's called a managed descent, meaning the aircraft is going to control the vertical speed to maintain the speed required for the next fixed, and of course, navigational laterally. So all of that's controlled when you're in. Now, when you go into an open, or in this case, if you take the cursor, get the arrow with just one dot, that's going to put you in managed. Drop it a little bit, you'll get 2 dots. That'll put you in open, and you'll have to use your airspeed, or you could switch to your flight angle. FPA is your flight performance angle, flight angle, basically the angle, glide angle you're going to be on. For instance, if you're not familiar flying an ILS, most ILSs, minus a couple airports that like to be their little by themselves, 3 degrees. That's the glide path for an ILS. There are some that are steeper, some that are lighter. What's this? What's up with what's up with this? Oh, Sam worked for me, the scenery animation something or another, worked for me and it just, interesting stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. Ah, that may be where some of my flight problems are coming in, is with, that'll stink, because then jetways won't move as easy. Always, oh, we're already over Aussie. Holy moly, what? Okay, we're descending a lot further than I wanted to. Hang on. Oh, wow, I didn't realize we were already on Aussie. Holy crap. All right, we got to get down. Bear with me, folks. 5,000. 6,000 will work just fine. Oh my goodness. See, that's what I didn't check, folks, was where were we on? I thought we were fine. All right, we're going up here. Get these seat belts on. Okay. Decent. Let's get over here, get our METAR, well, get our winds updated. Okay, we got our wind updated. Oh, where am I? We got our descent, our perf. Okay, star is set. Landing elevation is auto. Yes. Okay. Okay, we already got the ILS tuned in. And we'll get that back. Auto brakes will be at medium. All right, so let's do a quick brief here, folks, and I do mean quick. All right, so we're coming in on the Aussie 1 arrival. Actually blew it pretty badly. We're already past Harry. Should be under 14,000 feet. Now we're way above. We're dropping to 6,000, so we can at least get to the 5,000 by Larry down here. You'll see that right here. Okay, so it's Aussie to Harry to Killer, Gas, Cloud, Kung Fu, Tarp, Sneeve, and then we head for Larry, or turn in earlier if we're able to. And as you can see, no holds. Our last hold was winning, and we have no more till we get down here. All right, ILS. Okay, there's our D-ATIS approach. Not sure if we actually have any ATC. It does not appear so. And we're on the wrong frequency at the moment. Click us to Unicom. So we're going to play with 119.1. All right, so when we get in range, we get on the ILS, we'll switch over. Ooh, we got a long way to go. Yeah, we're going to have to open up. All right. Speed brakes out. $18,000. All right. Okay, so, and then our ground, okay, localizers 109.3 identified. IHFW 1093. Final approach is 095. Shell 2,900 feet is our final approach fix on glide slope. Decision altitudes, don't really think we have such a thing today, folks. It's pretty well clear. 1,215 feet MSL, 2,000 feet above ground, or 200 feet above ground. Done that twice now. Just so you're aware, METARs are above the ground. If you didn't figure that out, if you go to Bogota, you'll figure it out real quick. And there's our elevation at the airport. Missed approach is a left turn up to Troy's and hold. I'm going to go ahead and take over speed. And I'm going to pop them all the way. Okay, course, Larry, JJ, Bazaar, Shell, and then our runway. Pretty simple. There's our ILS frequencies again. 5,000 at Larry, JJ 5,000, Bazaar, and so forth. From Shell to the missed approach point is for us, look back, 36, let's call it 140. 2 minutes, 29 seconds. And if we do about 743 feet a minute, we're going to need to dial up real quick. We should be at the 3-degree glide slope. ALSIF 2, PAPI's on the left side. Missed approach information and our minimums. 200 and half a mile. All right, folks, we are getting a little more respectable here. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and take us into a managed descent now. Now you can kind of gauge where we are. Now I can turn on Chedjai and come in there 15-mile final.
Atlanta traffic, you got a Delta 73, just push back from Echo 4. Gonna be taxiing to 8 right via Echo, or make a left on Echo, straight up to hotel. Atlanta traffic.
Oh, okay, so there are workarounds for Sam. Okay, that's cool.
Atlanta traffic, this is Delta 1763 on right base for ILS 098.
Okay, folks, so there you have our approach once we're on the ground. We set about halfway down, so maybe B7, B11 will come off on Bravo as far back as we need. I'm hoping for Bravo 2 to Echo 1, right onto the Fox and onto the ramp. T12's right about here. All right, so again, we're going to land B7, B11 off at Bravo. Try to taxi all the way back. Now, I talked about this. Now, if I need to and traffic's really steep in here, we can just go all the way around on Victor and we don't interrupt landing on the right side or departures. And they don't interrupt us. So just that's the runaround that a lot of airports are beginning to try to figure out how to come up with. And then that'll dump us right into where we need to be. So, but anyway, that's the game plan for the day. Close that out. Bring this out. And we're going to we're going to go ahead and get our heading. Drop us down to 5,000. While slowing to 220. All right, and I am going to go for an intercept now. Okay, the localizer's on. Let's go ahead and switch into approach because the glide slope just came alive. And Atlanta traffic, American 814 on the localizer, 4-8 left, approximately 15-mile final.
Atlanta traffic, you got a 738 Delta, Colors will be departing runway 8 right, number 3 departure, Atlanta traffic.
Okay. I'm not too worried about it. Right, at Jaja, we're going to begin our slowdown. Let's go ahead and start.
Atlanta traffic, this is Delta 1763 and our 10 mile final for leaving Atlanta, right?
Okay, flaps 1. Let's go ahead and get her slowing. Oh, and one thing I did forget to mention, if by any chance those minimums are below them, switch to your either SA Cat 1 or Cat 2, Cat 3s, and they are available here. And I do not see anything ahead of us, folks, except for a lot of sun blinding. Glide slope. 15-mile final. Slow to 160. Shell is where I want to be at my V approach, 140 to 136. Let's go ahead, activate. V approach 135. Okay, landing speed 130. I think the runways are beginning to come into view at this distance. Let's get it a little bit more because it is kind of hazy. And they're pretty adamant on this 10-mile visibility. I'm going to give it to them. All right, flaps 2. Spoilers armed. Got the white ring. mission. Okay, we're coming up to Shell, so let's get her slowing. Flaps are full.
2,500.
Gear down. Okay, I've got the runway in sight. We'll just kind of come in a little bit more. Okay, checklist complete on the EAD. Checklist for landing. Final approach mode's on. Altitude set for go around. We said 4,000, didn't we? 5. Okay. Altitude set. Nose light, spoilers, landing gear clearance obtained. And Atlanta traffic, American 814, 4-mile final, 8 left. ECAM memos are good, and our plane.
1,000.
Roger, cleared to land, 8 left. American 814. Got a 028 and 3.
$500. 400. 300. 100 above. 200. Minimum.
Yeah, I noticed that. But I have to look at that on the ground.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Okay, off the auto brakes. I think we're gonna make B11. Yeah, I'll notice no hard, not sound much. We'll take a look. Alright. Atlanta traffic, American 814's clearing, 8 left, Bravo 11 to Tango 12. Alright, so. Alright, welcome to Atlanta, folks. By the way, I did not mention this. Nimbus scenery here. Those of you that have been curious, you'll get a chance to check it out here. Alright, I'm going to get this pulled up. Well, we can cross right at... I think I missed it. Alright, we'll just cross at Delta. Alright, I'll get out here and figure out what's up with the sounds. Must have turned them down somewhere. Alright. Do the easy check first. Not know why it does that. Alright, that's a little better. Oh, I got lost. Where am I? Besides Atlanta. Got a ways to go. Alright. I think my only, actually, no, maybe not. I'm going to say if I had a complaint about Nimbus, and I'm really having a hard time, is some of the runway lights I think are still coming in from the default, but no signage to help tell me where to turn. I can't imagine Atlanta doesn't have, you know, directional signs out here to help us. I could be wrong, though. F4. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Ugh. A little frustrated here. Oh, wow. We got to go all the way down. We do. Wow. But anyway, you can see that taxiway, folks. It's right up against that wall. I would like to know if there's how the wingspan is on it. But it takes you way past the safety and ILS criticals needed for 8 right. But folks, that is the Nimbus scenery. I do like it. I do have one gripe. We're going to see if I got it fixed here over the last couple days. I really sat down with the manual, making sure everything's up to date, everything's working. See if these gates come into play. But again, hope you enjoyed the flight, folks. This is first one of two. Next one is Savannah to Charlotte. Savannah Hilton. Piedmont 727. All right, well, I'm seeing marshallers, but I can't remember if I saw them before and they just didn't work. I don't know. 14. Okay, 2 to go. Gonna look from the cockpit here. Ooh, we got a marshaller working. Maybe I got it working. We'll see when we get in here. Hang on, folks. Gonna kill some lights here. Brake set. All right. Okay, after landing flaps, spoilers, landing lights, taxi lights, LS can go off. How the brakes are a little warm, okay. Wish I'd have caught that earlier. Turn off lights, radars, or well, they're not. Got this. Strobe lights, APUs on, decast now standby. And taxi clearance, parking, lead on. Normal and off. Think they're not working, folks. Last look. anything up here I'm supposed to trigger auto gate with? Bummer. Auto gate doesn't work. You know, you spend all of this and it says it has it, but it doesn't work. Oh well. Okay, we're not going to dwell on it. All right, so we're all done here. All I got left is this going up through here. Lights are off. But turn the strobes off. Fuel pumps off. All right, so let's take a look at it, shall we? Get a nice view of it out here. All right, so, and of course I didn't spell it right, so I didn't even get close. All right, so let's look at this. All right. Think it showed up on huh. Alright, so let me look at the airline first. 419, hey, we'll take it. I think they will too. Let me just make sure they did. Looks like they did. And bonus points for the focus city and safe landing. Good deal. All right, so we're in there. Why AutoGate doesn't work, I don't get it. I know, don't focus on it. All right, just getting a couple of other things. All right, so we can get rid of that. All right, so let's pull in Sim Toolkit, shall we? Take a look at this. Oh, why didn't it show up? Oh, is it American? Oh, I'll have to look into that one too. All right, so 4:30 Alpha November. Oh, I think I know why. All right. There's our flight route. Here's some details on it. Hour-long flight, 197 miles, 2,200 kilograms of fuel, and we landed at about 1.4 on the G's to wake everyone up to make their connections. All right, 128 knots. We're just about 2 knots short. That's not bad. And we did know we did a more fighter-esque type landing. We were... Oh, they had us set up for 8 right. We were 974 feet, folks, left of that center line. I'm going to say we're probably about 30 feet, 20 to 30 feet off the center here. All right, but we were roughly 2,200 feet down the runway. Right there, if you were curious, folks, that is your visual aiming. You also have your PAPIs and your glide slope there, so you can see it's all geared. Put you on the ground there. All right, so it's not a bad landing, folks. What I'm going to do, I'm going to keep this up for a few seconds. I'm going to go use the restroom here real quick. We're going to switch sims, bring up X-Plane 11, and head from Savannah up to Charlotte. So for the moment, we will be right back. Just need to use the restroom. And I think we're going to just plan this from the ground up. So we're going to just bring in the Piedmont virtual site, build the flight up, and then fly it. So we shall return. Give me about 5 minutes.
chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Get on board. We're smiling on top of the world. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world and keep the sky on your mind. Get on board. We're smiling on top of the Get on board. We're smiling on top of the
All right, folks. Sorry about that. Went a little longer than I intended. I had to say goodbye to the little baby. So, but anyway, we're back. And actually, you know what? I'm going to let that song go. That's a good song for just a couple minutes here. All right, so we're back. Let me get rid of that sign. All right, I hope you enjoyed flying Americans A321 Neo service Charlotte to Atlanta. And this again, real quick before we say goodbye, is Atlanta Hartsfield or Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta, however you want to say it, folks. It all works for me. Nimbus scenery. The auto gates don't work, so oh well. Oh, I wonder if I'd have gone. Oh no. Hang on a second. Nope, may not have worked. I was thinking maybe this one. Just weird. Tell me the gates work and yet they don't. All right, so here you are, folks. We're going to say sayonara to Atlanta. Oops. And I wasn't quick enough, folks. I'm still not quick enough. There we go. All right, so there's Sim Toolkit. All right. You know what? Let's see. I think it's time. Yeah, that'll work for now. And I want to get over here to the browse to set this up here. Bear with me, folks. I'm just getting set up here. All right. There we go. All right. So back to here. And voila. All right. So now we have the browser up. And I am going to make that a little bigger. All right, so let's plan our next flight. Like I said, we're going to go all the way through this thing, folks. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and kill Sim Toolkit for now. And where's my browser? Lock that in. All right, so what we do. Now, I'm part of this group, like I said. Now, VAMSYS is not the name of the group. It's actually, you know what, bear with me, called Fusion VAA. It's a group of airlines. You can join EasyJet, United, Spirit, Piedmont, and American. Now, understand, it says historical group. It's a group of airlines under Piedmont. And you could be flying Pan Am. You could be flying, I don't know if we have Braniff still, but there's a whole bunch of airlines they've kind of interwoven, and set and a couple of others. So check them out. Like I always say, folks, first off, if you're interested in a super realistic airline like Virtual American, there you go. Now Piedmont, you know, isn't much. I mean, they're just as realistic, folks. So the same standards apply for both Piedmont as they do for Virtual American, or vice versa. So, all right, so we're here. Where's my web? It's this. There it is. All right. So I'm going to select Piedmont, PVA. You come into here. I'm going to come down here and select Book a Flight. There isn't many places you can go out of Savannah. But that's the neat thing. It tells you these dots can I go to Atlanta? Well, how about that? I could have. Oh, if I had an MD-82. No, we're going to Charlottetown. All right, and then it tells you the aircraft available, which is a 727, 732, 733. So pretty limited what you can fly. Once you get to Charlotte, the sky literally becomes the limit. With Piedmont, you get 762s or 767 200s, the whole 9 yards. All right, so there we go. We've done the basics. Start first, select your route, book it. Okay. Then you're going to come up to this page. We're going to fly flight 54 because we're going to do 727 service from Savannah to Charlotte after the break. All right, subscribers, we are grateful for you to be here. Thank you so much. And if there's followers, we're thankful for you too, because right now I show ads running and an ad timer here as well. So welcome aboard. Thank you. Gosh, thank you so much for the subscriptions. Hawker subscribed earlier today. Inusik 68 donated 100 biddies. So folks, we sure appreciate that's helping us to go the next step. Like I said, we bought the Charlotte scenery that's available out there, and lo and behold, it's still only X-Plane 11. And no, we're not using it. Because the scenery I have in place, I kind of actually like it too. So that's why. All right, looks like we're out of the ads. Welcome back, followers. But again, subscribers, thank you so much for going that extra step, becoming a subscribed member here, and we sure appreciate you. Now, one thing, folks, I do want to mention, if you've missed anything because of commercials, hey, this will all be up on our YouTube channel. We got a link down below, but you can also go here. That'll put you right on our channel. Now, we're not going live there yet. Don't know really how to dual broadcast, but we're working. But anyway, we're going to get back to now planning this flight out. All right, so we're at PA 54. That's the only 727 route. Click the plus sign, and which, by the way, is bogus. There were plenty of them out of there, but that's all they want to put. And we're going to come down here and go to 55, maybe. All right, there we go. Hang on a second. I just need to look. 55 triple fives. So we're going to triple fives. Whoops. Okay, triple five, Papa, or 555, Papa Sierra. We're going to try this on VATSIM. And for the routing, I actually, folks, the sites like this, Pan Am is similar. I actually try to put a route in here. I don't like going sometimes off what they give. It sometimes ends up badly, like this one. And as you can see, I'm working through to find one a little more direct. I just don't like. Oh, what do we got? 237 miles. Well, you know what? Let's live on the edge. No, we're going to pick one. Fill that in. 1858, I do not think is gonna work. No. Let's go with 19. So give it an hour to get us going. All right, we're gonna go VATSIM, 113 passengers. Let's dispatch, confirm, and dispatch. Now it's going to nav the sim brief, and then it's going to come back with what sim brief has put forth. Just like a lot of the flight plans, folks, it does not produce stars. You'll have to do that on your own. So we got JROSS to flow. However, we get an altitude of 27,000 feet. Now the cost index, here's where I kind of do this. I'll do a read dispatch. Do I really want to? This one I can't really do it. No, I'm going to cancel. So we'll just go with it. We're going to be actually flying at Mach. Well, we would try for Mach 0.80, 27,000. I don't think we'll get to it. But here's our current weather in Savannah, broken at 4,400, broken 5,500, 10 miles visibility. We're legal out of there, folks. So that's all we got to worry about. Departure time 1958. All right. So now what do we do? Okay, so it has actually, let me show you over here at SimBrief again. Let's go to saved flights. And there it is right there. Delete. We'll delete the last one. He says cautiously. And now we'll view it here in SimBrief. So you again can see we're going to go way over here to Florence to come in. I think that's because of earlier weather, but that is how it is. And that's how you get a flight started here. Next, you would then start your sim and go from there. What I want to do, well, this is too easy. We'll just do it that way. So I'm going to go ahead and begin starting up the flight sim. Okay. Oh, there we go. It's like, where are you? Like, where is my flight sim? Oh, I'm sorry. It's asking me. Go figure. All right, so we're going to pick the 727 November. And again, if you pick a tail number, folks, you fly for American, United, you pick a tail number, you got to fly with that tail number. If you pick any, I think you can get away with flying any of your Piedmont liveries. But since I have it, I chose it, we're going to fly it. And we're going to fly it out of Savannah, KSAV. You know what? Gate 9 looks good. Confirm that. I'm going to go ahead and make this full screen. And let's go with current time. Sound good? Okay, now remember, Charlotte to Atlanta was flown X-plane 12. This will be X-plane, as it says in the top, 11. A lot of people, believe it or not, still fly XP11. It's the FSX. I call it the what happened with FSX. FSX came out and it took so long for developers to come over to the new sim, longer than normal. And people kept flying a century of flight. Two reasons. It is a far superior sim to anything Microsoft has ever put out. And two, the stuff was there and people just flocked to it. I'm still trying to figure this one out, and we'll get rid of that, and we are ready to go. Okay, first thing, now we're in the 727 now, folks. As your captain, we are going to begin to put this thing into action. So first thing I'm going to do, first I got to get rid of this. Okay, next up, let's get Sim Toolkit in here. Okay. So we could have done this kind of a couple of ways. Now, if you weren't with a VA and having to use their protocols like we did, you could have very easily planned your flight right here with the Advanced Planner or the Simplicity right here. Since we did it through SimBrief, just go up top, click Load with from SimBrief, and we're going off runway 1 and landing 36 right. Okay, that'll really work. Fly now. Oh, Jacksonville is up. All right, well, we'll see. Sometimes things are just too busy, but we'll see how things work out. All right, so real quick here, folks, let's get into our briefing. 29,000, call it 26,000 in payload, 113 people, Mach 0.80 if we're lucky, and 27,000 on the ceiling. Now it's only showing that we go to JROSS and Florence. Oh wait, no it isn't. It is showing the Wrestling 3 arrival. So we will fly this up. Why am I going backwards? Because I don't have a 727 Hawker in XP12 yet. It's coming. We established this with Downwind Sim a few flights ago. Trademarked word, soon. XP12 will get the 727 soon. All right, so we're going to go from Savannah to Charlotte now. All right, so there's your flight plan. Here's your weather. And the weather here is really not, I'm looking at Charlotte, sorry. Not too bad. North winds, 10 knots, little chilly for Georgia, 64 degrees. And overall looks dry. We got, like I said, a broken layer at 4,400 and a broken layer at 5,500. All right, 18 degrees Celsius translates 64 degrees. So not a bad day, not a great day, but just not a bad day. Charlotte, we left it, we know it. Calm winds, 10 miles visibility, and some pesky clouds at 5,500 feet. 57 degrees up there, so a little chilly to the north. Chillery to the north. Let's go ahead and file a flight plan with FlyJSim. And our flight departure time looks good. Oh, we got to do the PBs again. Did we put the R in? All right. Hang on a second, folks. Oh my, Hawker is just going berserk with all the emojis. All right, 727. I'm just getting some things because in a normal world they are required. Not necessarily VATSIM, but they may go berserk if I don't include them. If I can find them. There it is. KPBN and RNAV. Capable. Oh, wait, wrong one. Where's my cheat sheet? Okay. And all right, so we got that all up and running now. Okay, sorry for that little delay, folks. All right, so that takes care of the pre-brief. Let's get in here and get this thing from cold and dark to flying, shall we? A lot of emotes there, Hawker. A lot of emotes. First thing I do is always check, nothing to report. Come here, toggle the GPU, toggle the air. All right, we are now alive. Let's get one of the galley powers ready. Hang on a second, folks. Trying to get something organized here, and it's really being a you know what. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of Sim Toolkit. And we got our air, so here comes the packs. Casper on. All right, we are ready. Let's begin our pre-flight, folks. Now, what I'm using is the checklist. I'll just show it to you real quick. Okay, I can do this right here. Charts. And then I'll just come up here, pull it up. Anyway, it is a Solaris 727, 100, 200, 200 Fox, normal check. If you do a quick search, you can find it. All right, so our log books are good. Gear pins are in, fire warning, heat and overheat, start levers and light test. Okay, let's do our fire checks. That was good. Come up top here, do our cargo fire. Okay, and then finally, overheating tests. All right, go ahead and get the window heat on. Getting the jetway in here, folks. And then we got one more overheat warning check to do. And there we go. That is it. All right. Just so you can see. Not a lot of animation came with this plane. No cabin, no cargo animations or anything. So it is what it is. I enjoy flying it though. It's a fun plane. All right, let's get back here. Fire check. And all right. And then up here we have a couple of overheat checks. Trying to find them. Here it is. I knew it was somewhere. There's our overheat check. All right. Here we go. Light test. Checking every one of these, folks. Checked. Coming down, light check off, light check again. Let's just bring this to 2-2. Okay, light bulb check on this side. Quite a few, as you can see. See quite a few, folks. Okay, just making it so we can see our gauges. All right, check down here. That looks good. One last check of these guys. Okay, let's move to really a whole bunch. You're just going to have to figure out your own pattern. You will find there'll be warning lights you didn't even know, folks, sometimes. I still seem to come across a bunch. Oh, didn't tell us this time around we had any lights out. But basically it will tell you folks if any of them had to be replaced. All right, so that takes care of the light check. Now it's time for the SEVA. Basic, it's your default FMC. Yes, go ahead, land-base me. Why aren't you using the SEVAs? One, you got to pay for them here. They don't come with them. And two, I had a lot of problems in the past with them. So I just don't want to go through them again where they wouldn't clear up an issue. So I could use them the next flight. And, oh well. I'm happy this way, believe it or not. And we said this is flight 54. Execute. All right, by me putting that in there, now we have to put something here. So what I'll do is go here, go to departure. We have no stars to speak of. Let me bring charts in. Hey, there's charts. All right, now I told you this is very simple. You can do a lot of things right from here. We're importing the flight plan from SimBrief. Heck, you can even view the flight plan from SimBrief once it wakes up. We're in the Lido. This is default. So just so you know. So you can actually view what's over there now. Okay, so they've changed what they work from. Okay. We're planning runway 1. Let's take a look at that real quick. Runway 1 is a 7,000 foot runway. Yeah, we'll go with it. Usually it puts it right into flight plan. Okay, well our first fix is gonna be JROSS. Okay. Now I can go to the next page. So from JROSS to Florence, do we have an airway? No, so we just go, what is it, FLO. And look, it tells you how far out, and we can verify. Quick zoom in, Florence is 15.2. 15.2, let's do it. All right, now that puts us on the star for Charlotte. And our star is Wrestling 3. And it's a straight in. Let's see here. See if we can do this one better than the last one. Okay. First thing, it's a conventional. This is perfect for the 727. You can actually fly this, folks, without the FMC. I can hear some people going, what? You can fly this without the FMC? Yeah. Once you come over Florence, turn to a heading of 321 or a course of 321. Fly it out to distance 46, which is Wrestling. Just make sure we're landing north. So expect to cross at 11,250 knots and continue. At that point, you should intercept the 130 radial off of Charlotte. Proceed inbound till told to turn for your runway. In our case, I think we're planning 36 right. So yeah, it says 36 right here. Okay, so pretty simple. So go back to departures, Charlotte. We're looking for the Wrestling, so we'll have to go next page a couple times. There it is. Florence is the only transition, and we are planning, let's see, the arrival is saying, arrival says, expect visual approach 36 right, 36 center, 36 left, unauthorized, oh, UAS, ooh, they have, ooh, somebody's flying a drone nearby. So 36 right. Do I want to fly the ILS? Yeah, let's do the ILS. Okay, so we'll select ILS 36 right. Let's go for Hiko. No, we'll just do final. That'll give us a little bit of VOR navigation. All right, so we're going to fly into, well, let's look at the chart room. So we're going to fly into Sikdu. Actually, I'm going to probably come in at Lancer, 11 miles out, initial fix. Grab the localizer and fly in. Lancer's 4,000 feet. That'll work perfect. ILS 36 right, execute, legs, JROSS flow, execute. We'll leave that as is, and I'll explain when we get going. All right, next up, go back to F plan. Wait. All right, folks. Just thought I had to go a little bit more mute here. BNAV and flight level, was it 270? Yes. There we go. And next, and flight plan, that is now legs. We'll go progress for now. All right, there we go, folks. The FMC's loaded. Let's get ready. So finally, head up top. Get these signs set. Shitty buttons, 8. Okay. Go. And, just connecting, and Jacksonville still up. Okay, no problem. Passenger signs, window heats on, hydraulic pumps, A's off, B's on. Let's look. A is in the off, B is on. Show you another way to check. Oil cooler normal, middle switch. Pressurization, we're not going to switch it over to flight just yet. It's there just because a lot of people forget. Okay, Gasper fan on. Leads are on. Okay. Flight instruments, auto brake. Reject takeoff, flight instruments. Okay, so we're taking off runway 1. Zero 6. Okay, just setting my instruments up. If you're ever in doubt, folks, roll the CDI here to 06. and put that cursor right on it. All right. Now we'll come off Savannah. We still actually have that icing in effect here. So, just so you're aware, folks. Oh, let's see. What am I trying to do here? All right, so we're set there. Altimeter here is 3012. Go. All right, so instruments are set. We don't have a clearance yet, so we don't know the altitude to set. However, no, we don't have a disregard. Okay. Nav altitude, parking brake, aileron. All right, let's get this plane loaded here real quick. Okay, so you pull up the airplane icon here. And we are going to fly out of here with 113 people. What I do is just keep hitting a random till I get close. Add 5, in this case 6 peeps. Okay, and it's at 11. Put 1 there. 1 there. Okay, there's 113. Now we're looking to blast off out of here 127,000 pounds of zero fuel weight, 746. Okay, so now it's cargo time. That's close enough. Same with the fuel, so you're going to use this side. And basically, here's your CG, folks, so we're slightly forward. So let's pump in, let's see, we need ramp fuel 16,918. And this is the fuel line right here. So I bring it down to it. Okay, then I start working it up. There we go. We just crossed over 918. All right. And you just work the numbers here. I use the main, move them all up, all down to get close, and then try to, you know, feed it better. And look at that. Our CG's dead on. All right. And that means we are loaded. Let's head over here. Catch our takeoff information. 119, 119, 131, but flaps 20. trim 521. Hopefully that's not lightning. Could be a fun takeoff. Set the bugs. They are. We're ready for departure. Okay, so push back. We got our 0 fuel weight, takeoff weight EPRs. Runway 1, flaps will be 20. V speeds were 119 for V1, 119 to rotate, 131 to clear. This really does not take into effect our runway. So we got 7,900 feet to work with, 7,000 feet to work with. So we're ready to go. Jacksonville remains up, so I'm going to go ahead and tune them in. One, 3, 5, 9, 2. Okay. 1, we're ready to go. Great, I can't get my headsets to pick up here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and disconnect because my wife's trying to work. This isn't going to work out with FlyJSim. All right, not fair to her. She's trying to stay quiet with her work. I need to do the same as much as I can for her. Don't know why I can't.
Glide slow. Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Terrain. Up. Airspeed low. Sync
Now,
rate.
you guys have never heard
Pull
this
up.
before. So
Terrain.
my apologies. We won't
Pull
be on
up.
FlyJSim for this
Don't
flight,
sink.
folks.
Don't sink. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Gear. Too low. Flaps. Too low. Terrain. Glide slow. Bank angle. Bank angle. 100. 50. 30. 20. 10. 500.
Okay, so what we've done, we have Savannah active, we have Florence, what we're going to pick up. All right, pretty simple. Now, the reasoning behind this, folks, is a little complicated, a little kind of crazy. Now your this box and this box in your HSIs are your current nav2, nav1. These boxes, which show your DME, are flipped. So this is actually for DME2, this is for actually DME1. So I'm actually going to flip them. So what's happened here, this is showing Florence, but this right here is the DME for Savannah, in case we have to come back. All right, let's get this thing started. First thing, let's get the APU up and going. Okay, the APU EGT is starting to rise. It'll go a little faster here in a second, but we're ready for pushback. Yeah, if I was just flying this without, anyone behind me, oh yeah, we'd go with it. But since we have somebody trying to take a course on top of it, they don't need to hear FlyJSim. I don't know why I can't ever get that to change. All right. Go ahead and get that on the bus. Okay, and we're going to come over here. We're going to pretty much get rid of the jetways. Beacons. Oh wait, no, we're not going to get beacons just yet. Hang on a second, folks. All right, folks, we're ready to go. Okay, and here we go. Let's start them up. Okay, first thing I'm going to do is turn off my packs so I can get the maximum amount of air out of my APU. I'm going to turn off my galley power again. Start valves open. We're watching this gauge here for number 3 when it hits 20. Fuel on, and she'll start spooling up. Okay, oil pressure's up. Here comes an EGT or an N1. EGT is stabilizing into stable. We can start up number 1. Start valves open. %, on N2. Oil pressure's good and up. Just waiting on everything to stabilize. All right, we are stable. Let's go for number 2. Start valve. Here comes the pressure up. Here comes the fuel. All right, oil pressure, and now we're just waiting for it to stabilize. Then we'll get the generators on the electrical bus. Perfect. Let's head over here. And Charlotte is 78. Okay. Altitude set. All right, so before we push back here, ProPeak coming on. Anti-ice. Let's go ahead and put the engines on. Since we do have the icing alert flight controls. All right. We don't have aileron, but we do have elevator and we do have rudder. Now, right now, before we do anything, if you notice, this is your hydraulics. The A system is lit up, so we don't have it turned on. So let's go over here, turn it on. Fuel pumps are all on. go. Can't check the aileron by the gauge. You just hope it turns, but the elevator can. Centered. Now, if you say, for instance, you were set to like this, you couldn't see those hydraulic pumps. There's another way to know. See how you have two separate entities here? When we zoom in, maybe that'll help. You have an up and an upper and a lower part of your rudder. Only one of those will move depending what pump is on. Alright, so let me do this again. See how you got both moving? Only one of those would move. Okay, let's do it. And we're not going to turn the weather on. Let's get the EPR bugs all made sure they're set. And let's get that APU turned off. Guess what? We're ready to power back, folks. You heard it right. Powering back. Alright, as I look at this, the best way to go is power back facing west. Alright, now here's where some of these lights become, that you may not have thought about, come into play. These are your reverse thrust indications. If one of them doesn't light up, you may have a burned out bulb. Break off. Flap set to 20. Power back. And don't use your brakes while you're in reverse thrust. Put her back into normal thrust to stop. All right, finish up our before taxi. Probe heat, anti-ice. Okay, flaps are set. Green. And EPR transponder TARA. Done. Here we go. And Savannah traffic, Piedmont 54, taxi to runway 1. Alright folks, I hope you've enjoyed this. It is an Earth Day today. Something came in here, let me check. King Davin 2, welcome aboard. Nice to have you. Nice on an Earth Day. I didn't even realize it was Earth Day. But again, I hope you all have enjoyed both flights, Charlotte to Atlanta, and now Savannah to Charlotte with Piedmont. A little retro action. Now, one thing I can tell you about Savannah that made me right, they make Gulfstreams here, or at least they did back in the mid-'80s. I did about I think it was a 2-week stint here, Air National Guard related, and my first in-flight emergency was actually a very serious in-flight emergency. I actually thought the pilot was going to punch out, which means eject. For those not totally aviator savvy. Hit a seagull. Actually hit a bunch of seagulls. So, fun times. Alright, time to get ready for takeoff. Alright, before takeoff, departure plan talked about, attendant notified, oil cooler. Okay, that's going to be over here on the lower flight engineer panel. To the off position, fuel heats off, auto pack trips up here to normal, and start switches X pan, we're ready to go. Alright, tower Piedmont 54 will be ready to go upon reaching the end. ILS hold. Oh, that's the actual hold short. Wow. Looks like we're going for the runway, folks. Roger, clear for takeoff, Piedmont 54. Okay, clear for takeoff lights. Here we go.
Knots. B1, rotate.
Got a positive rate, gear up. Okay, gear lever to off. Autopilot to heading and on. Alright, we're just getting the flaps up and packs back on if I even turned them off. Okay. Flaps coming up. Alright, now we need to intercept 046. How about we just do it this way? Confused right now. Why does it have so token? Interesting. Alright, well, let's see how this works out. We'll probably be a couple 100,000 feet off the end of the runway. Okay, there's 250, so let's... Alright, get up here, turn off some lights. Alright, really weird what's going on. But we're flying. Hey, that's a plus. We're on our way to JROSS and Florence. Matter of fact, we got 2 in Florence. That'll be 36. Okay, we got that set. Okay, we are set and climbing. Oh, we overshot. Doggone it. Alright, we're getting it rained in here. I didn't catch it rolling up that fast. Alright folks, but we're coming up to JROSS. I'd show you Sim Toolkit, but Sim Toolkit's kind of lost right now. So I don't know what is going on. Don't want to shut it down because, yeah, we'll lose any flight data that it's got. Okay, so now we're coming up to transition level, so we'll set 2992. All altimeters set. Go ahead, kill the inboard lights. Wing lights, and I am going to go ahead and let the passengers up. Alright, I am going to start looking at this arrival. Florence, I'm going to begin my descent. Alright, we're there at our speed just about. Alright, so we're on our way, folks. Wow, what a day. What a day. to see how the clouds are a little different here in X-Plane 11. You could probably get away with the word flap, but you know, I kind of still, I almost want to say X-Plane 12 may overdo it a little, but it's still, I mean, it just, I don't know, these I guess I've just been so used to for a while, but sometimes I think 12 overdoes it. And don't get me wrong, so did other sims when I used Active Sky. So an Active Sky is not in use here. So, alright, so where are we on this? We're headed to Flow. miles, come to think of it. Always make sure you have the altitude select light on. If you don't, you won't stop at it. Let's see how she shapes up. Set up. All right, folks, we're on course now, headed to Florence. I don't know what the GPS was flying, but we've got her honed in now, headed for Florence. I need to go ahead and hit us at 0. Little fast right now, but we'll pop it in here. I'm just using the speed bug, folks, to help give me an idea where 80 is. Because now is just a thing of the throttle. For 59 miles, then we make a turn to 316. Head outbound towards Charlotte. Alright folks, if you're new to the channel, love for you to smash that follow button. Have you come aboard here, be part of the family here, Flying with Mike. Also, there is a Discord channel here, !Discord. I'm not on it right now. A lot going on, trying to do 2 flights in one stream. And we're trying to get used to it, so we can try and get more takeoffs and landings in, because I know that's what most people are wanting to see. Or at least that's what I've been hearing. So whether that's true or not, let me know. Go back some more on these engines. I'm going to rein it into 0.80 as we get over Florence. But I hope you all have a great week. We're just getting underway, folks. It's Monday. Monday. Da 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 da. Alright, there we go. We set the heading up now. On track and on speed. There you go, folks. We should be there. I'm going to try it, but I got a feeling it's going to be hosed too. Yeah, the ETE is all hosed. Alright, well, I don't know what's going on with them. You know what? We're going to do it. What the heck? Restart Sim Toolkit. Hey, it's working. It says we have 10 minutes. I don't think so. Alright, let's talk it through though real quick, and I do mean quick because I've got to make a turn here in 20 miles. Alright, let's let you see the arrival here. Here's charts. So as you can see, we're approaching Florence. We're going to come out on a 316, I think it is. I think it'll tell us. No. But anyway, there's where we start the Raslin, 321 radio outbound. Florence to Dusty, Rodez, and then Roslyn. We're coming in north, so we'll be at 250, 11,000 feet. All right. So 320. All right, so from there, we're going to transition to the ILS 36 right, planning to head to Lancer. Now we're going to come, oh wait, let me talk a little bit real quick. So we're going to come off Roslyn, following the 130 radial inbound Charlotte. And then we're going to come over when we're about 10 or 15 miles out so that we can catch the ILS. Now let's go at about Lancer and then inbound on it. So coming down to 4,000. ILS here is 1089, 3 degrees is the final approach course. Hey you, that's right, hey you. 7 miles out will be at 2,500 feet on glide path. And 200 feet AGL is the minimums here. Go ahead, plant that on my radar. Okay, missed approach. We'll climb, right turn to 4,000 to the 093 out to Locust and hold. Charlotte VOR is 15.0, ILS 108.9 on a 03 course. Again, Lancer at 4,000, descending to 2,500 feet. From Hayu, we're looking at about 219, or 2 minutes, 19 seconds. So long as we have 200 feet or a half-mile and a half-mile visibility, folks, we're legal for this approach. There are Cat 2, Cat 3 arrivals. RVR of 18. All right, if we are close enough, I need to get rid of this because we got a turn to make. Now. Oh yeah, we overshot, so we'll have to. And I want to set our descent to, what was it? 11,000. Okay, 115 will be. That's crazy. It says 300 for 310. Alright folks, we're descending in now. Getting ready to track the 321 to Rosslyn. That's 46 DME, that'll be showing here. 40-mile DME down here off Charlotte. Okay. Charlotte weather. 30. Hey. Okay, I'm going to switch to heading. Well, I am on heading. Okay, so I'm going to switch frequencies inbound. Okay, we got a slight problem. Okay, folks, we're inbound now, Charlotte, 37 miles out. Like I said, we're going to start watching. We get the frequency set up here for the ILS. 1089. Okay. So there you go, folks. We've been flying the ILS here, so are the localizer. We haven't been on the FMC. We're gonna try our best to maintain this speed. About crossing 200. Let's get the rest of the lights up and running. Let's go medium. Got a couple seconds. Let's go here to landing. So we're planning to land at 127. Let's call it 135 for our approach speed. Set the bugs. Call it 140. How about that? Flaps 30. Okay, 8,000 we're going to level off at. Kick some power in. Okay, now what we've got to do is try to time this right. What are we doing here? Everything looks good as we punch through some clouds. Okay, we're going to try to hold 240 till we kick over. We'll slow to 220, and as we come on the localizer, start slowing to 160. That's my game plan. We're 20 miles out. Let's kick it over now. I am on heading. Okay. Okay, really not on a good intercept yet. We're 18 miles out, which equates the Heckham if we headed straight forward. All right, folks, we're on the localizer. Well, we overshot it, but we'll get back. I got Charlotte in sight, so.
Sink rate. Sink rate.
All right, we're not going to get down, so we're going to go ahead and go around. Sometimes I can, but not this time.
Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. Light slow.
So we'll just stay in the pattern. Re-enter and try again.
Too low. Terrain.
across from Hayu, which we're supposed to be 2,500 feet. And Charlotte Tower, Piedmont 54, turning right base 18. I was correction 36 right. Right, and Charlotte Tower, Piedmont 54, approximately 6 mile final, 36 right, here down. Much better profile, and more speed. All right, folks, we're lined up on profile, a little high on the profile, but we're landable at least this time.
500. 400. 300. Minimums.
Landing.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Of course, I get off on a high-speed taxiway the other way. All right, we made it, folks. We made it. All right, let me get my taxi chart up here. We're gonna just park in the C gates. I think we'll go into the alley a little bit. Came out of C19. We'll go down a little bit. Let's cross over. prink set. Alright, let's see how the APU is doing back here. Alright, let's shut them down. Yeah, we got the bleeds on. Okay. Welcome in. Seatbelt signs off. Oh, I think we lost the jet. Yep, APU gen failed. Surprise, surprise. Alright, surprise, surprise. The generator failed on the APU. First generation, what do you expect, folks? Not a lot. Alright, well, we're on the APU gen now. We'll just leave it off. Alright, folks, welcome in. Sorry, I was kind of quiet there. Things got a little squirrely and didn't go my way. And a whole bunch of little problems. But we made it. Let's take a look real quick at what SimToolkit said. 152 feet a minute. Let's see what our friends at Piedmont Virtual said. I always have a hard time reading this. $139. Just didn't do it twice. I think I did. Oh no, I got one. Alright, cool. 139 feet a minute. Alright, cool. And we'll go back. I just want to preliminaries. I don't need all of the times of this and that. So we got a good flight in. That's what I wanted to see. All right, cool. All right, folks, so we're on the ground. Last flight, really wasn't sure what to expect here, so. Now, this is not the scenery I bought from PearlSim. It's one I've always had, and I actually really like it for Charlotte. The only thing I don't like is the American now, but was U.S. Air hangars over here. Kinda, sorta, kinda. Plus the ANG over there. Again, you know, gotta pick your poison, what you like, what you don't. But this is a scenery freeware you can download. Simply do a search, Charlotte KCLT XP11 scenery, and it'll come up. It's free. Now the PearlSim, I think it's like 16 bucks right now. It just throws the colors people know here and in other areas. So really, you know, for XP11, this is great, just like it is. So almost, and I fly the default out of XP12. So, all right, folks. So I really want to thank you all for being here. What we're gonna do is take a look at Sim Toolkit, what we're able to do. Oh, Charlotte came up. I'm sorry. Atlanta came up, not necessarily Charlotte. Okay, so let's bring Sim Toolkit in and wrap this up for today. It's been a great day. There's the Savannah flight. Okay, so you can see where we actually picked it up. Somehow I don't know what happened between here and there, but something happened. Who knows? But anyway, here's the details. 42-minute flight, 185 miles, 152 feet a minute at 106 knots. Little slow, but of course we had to go around all of that, so we had our hiccups. It was almost 1.5 Gs. I did not. Oh, I don't think I have. Oh yeah, I do have a full landing. Let's see how full it is. Not bad. All right, so we landed approximately 1,600 feet down the runway, about 10 feet off the center line. So folks, really, that's not a bad landing. Even the metrics over here show it pretty decent. The only thing is we were about 20 knots shy, maybe overstating it, shy of our landing speed. So overall, a really good landing. Let's kind of pull the jetway away. Maybe. When in doubt, go here. Alright. Since there's no door to open, it really doesn't matter. Then we'll shift F1 to get the back end up. And let's go see if we can rewind it. All right, here we go, folks. Oh yeah, that was a nice kiss of the runway. Alright, let's run it back out and see it again. We're gonna see it from about there. Click here, slide over, let you all take some screenshots. What I call the Hawker 125 All right, folks, that was a really nice one. The bad thing with the 727 here, I don't have any interior shots. So we'll do this from the nose and see how well it came in. Beautiful. All right, folks, let's just take another look at it. We'll try from another angle. Take a look at it from the tower one more time. A little early on the phone. Nice overall. Nice way to wrap this up. Folks, I want to thank you all for being a part. Be watching for this on YouTube. Here's a link again to my channel. Feel free to head over, catch anything that you missed. I don't believe any commercials run during it, just before. But if they do, my apologies. Should come back though. Folks, I want to thank you so much. Admiral Nidar, welcome. Welcome, sir. Thank you for coming aboard. And thank you to all that came aboard. Hope you enjoyed the 727 as well as the A321neo that let it off. So, folks, our next flight is scheduled for Wednesday. I think I have my schedule up right in front of me. It will be. Yeah, Wednesday, we're going to be down in South America, flying from where we left off, Cuaba, Brazil, headed to Ascension, Paraguay. So that ought to be just a fun flight. We'll be in one of the ToLiss birds, I believe, for that. Check. Yeah, we'll probably do the A319, we'll see. But I hope y'all enjoy. Folks, we'll see you then. I really hope your week goes well and that you're all able to come back and see us on Wednesday. Right now, check the schedule for the start time. I'm aiming for it. Hope we can make that happen. Always coming off work, hang on a second. Let me get it back into the gate here. And you all have a great night. God bless you. We'll see you Wednesday. Mike coming in hot with a raise. Hello, flying with Mike. How are you doing, brother? You can see me. That won't be up. I don't know who up that won't be up. Good boy. Hang on. I don't know if the camera's on. Mike, how are you? Hey, where are you doing at?
Broken bonds and generating new ones for your healthiest, strongest hair. Nexus. See the science.
We're flying too. And what were you flying?